Okay, good afternoon, delegates. Welcome back to our second session. I see some of you already joining the Zoom meeting, and I hope more people or more delegates will be joining soon. I still see some of the delegates present in the first committee session are not tuned in this Zoom meeting. Perhaps they are still having or wrapping up the lunch, but I see new delegates, like delegates from Cambodia, delegates of Egypt, who already participated with us now in our second session. So welcome to the meeting simulation of IORA in the first Youth International Forum of Spice Route. Welcome, delegates. We will commence the second session or the second committee session shortly. Please kindly open your camera, turn on your camera, and if you have a plain background and it's possible for you to have the virtual background, will be very delighted if you can use the virtual background. And please also rename your name with the following format. Please write down your country and then dash your name. For example, Indonesia dash trendy, for example, in this Zoom meeting. So we're still waiting for more delegates to tune in. Perhaps in the next 2 minutes, we can already begin our discussion, as we have more interesting discussions coming up. And looking forward also to hear your speech, your statements in the first topics as well as the second topic of this second committee session. So please prepare your speech, prepare your statements, because we will have more deliberate discussions in this session. So while waiting for the other delegates to tune in to the Zoom, as a chair, I would like to wrap up what happened in the first committee session. Uh, we have conducted, or the chair has informed you about the background and then the objectives of this meeting simulation, as well as the plan for today's and also tomorrow's meeting. Oh, thank you so much. Philippines is speaking in other foreign language. Welcome back. And in the first committee session, we have 11 or 12 delegates present. Hopefully, we have more delegates present in this second committee session. And we have discussed the first topic about our peaceful Indian Ocean as the first topic, a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean. We have touched upon the maritime security and maritime culture and identity, and also blue economy. However, we haven't discussed much about biodiversity and trade exchange. Perhaps in the beginning of this second committee session, we can have a little bit of discussion, continuing our discussion in the first committee session. And later, once we finish, we can wrap up and have perhaps an unmoderated caucus to discuss about the first topic, and then we can move on to the second topic. So for this second meeting, second committee session, I would like to call the meeting, the meeting of the meeting simulation will be in order, and then we will begin with the roll call and then the formal debate. With that, I would like to announce that the second committee session is now in order. Thank you, delegates. Now, joining with me, my dear Assistant Chair, Ms. Naila. She will be leading us with the roll call and also with chairing this session. However, I will be still be with you during this committee session and to make sure that the discussion is the flow of this discussion and the dynamics are going well. So Ms. Naila, please proceed with the roll call session.
Thank you, Ms. Agatha. Hi, delegates. As it says, I will be moderating your committee session 2 this time. And as previously, I will call upon the delegates. I will call upon the country names, and the delegates are expected to answer present and voting, just as before. So let me share the screen. Okay, thank you, Ms. Agatha. All right, just as previously, I will call upon the countries. So please state your presence. We shall begin. Australia.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Australia is present and voting. Thank you. Bangladesh.
Thank you.
Bangladesh is absent. Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam is also absent. Cambodia.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of Cambodia is present and voting. China. China. The delegate of China is absent. Comoros. The delegate of Comoros is absent. Egypt. Delegate of Egypt. It seems like the delegate of Egypt is out of the room. Okay, we'll move on. France. The delegate of France is absent. Germany.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Germany is present and voting. India. India is absent. Indonesia.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Iran. Iran is absent. Italy. Italy is absent. Japan. Japan is absent. Kenya. Okay, Kenya is still absent. South Korea. Okay, South Korea is absent. Laos. Delegate of Laos is absent. Madagascar. Madagascar is absent. Malaysia.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Malaysia. Maldives.
Maldives present and voting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Maldives. Mauritius. Mauritius is absent. Mozambique. Mozambique is absent. Myanmar. Myanmar is absent. Oman. The delegate of Oman. Delegate of Oman is still absent. Philippines.
Good afternoon, present and voting.
Thank you, Philippines. Singapore. Singapore is absent. Seychelles. Seychelles is still absent. Somalia. Somalia also absent. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of South Africa is present and voting.
Thank you, South Africa. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is absent. Tanzania. Tanzania is also absent. Thailand. Thailand is absent. Turkey. Turkey is absent. United Arab Emirates.
I'll proudly say the delegates of United Arab Emirates are present and voting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. United Kingdom. United Kingdom is absent. United States of America. United States of America is absent. Vietnam. Vietnam is also absent. Yemen. Yemen is absent. Okay. With a total of 9 delegates in the floor, we will need 5 to pass 50% plus 1 motion to pass the moderated and unmoderated motion caucus. For substantive vote, we will need 2/3 from the 9 total. Thank you. As we wait for the other delegates that hopefully might join us, I would like to remind our delegates about the karmas. I will share the screen. As it mentioned before, we have karmas or questions or resolutions must answer, as you can see in the screen. Okay, so I would like to remind the delegates of the karmas so that perhaps you can use these karmas as starting point of your discussions or as an inspiration for proposing the motions. Okay, so here is the karmas. As we wait, I would also like to review on the previous motions that we have again, so that it can be a starting point for our next motions. We've got 3 motions before. Here you can see on the screen. The motions previously was The first one with the topic of obstacle for maritime country to arrange the blue economy, proposed by Maldives, with a 10 speakers list. And then the second topics before was shared identity in maritime culture, proposed by China, with also 10 speakers list. And then we have objective of implementations in blue economy, proposed by South Africa. Okay, so hopefully these previous topics can inspire you for the next motions. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Naila, for conducting the roll call and also for reminding us the karmas again and the previous motions. Delegates, we see and we recognize that there is the delegate of Cambodia just joining us in this second committee session. Therefore, the chair would like to kindly invite delegate of Cambodia to deliver a speech or from the general speakers or general speech in this meeting simulation. Delegate of Cambodia, are you here with us? Delegate of Cambodia. Perhaps the delegate of Cambodia is still having an internet or connection issue. We'll be trying to get in touch with delegate of Cambodia. However, since we are still having some discussions that we haven't touched upon, then the chair would like to encourage delegates to propose motions. We can begin with the proposed motions about talking about biodiversity and also trade under the first topic that we haven't touched upon. However, since this is a new session in the meeting and we would like to hear some of your thoughts before we start with the motions. Now, under the chair's discretion, we would like to open a general speakers list, maybe to 2 or 3 speakers who wish to speak and deliver their remarks, their comments, and their expectations in this committee session number 2. So I would like to invite, maybe there are 2 or 3 countries who wish to be speaking for 2 minutes in the general speakers list. Please raise your hand virtually. Maldives, you are recognized. Oops, sorry. South Africa, maybe one more, and Philippines. So we will be hearing some general speech from first Maldives, followed by South Africa and the Philippines. Each of you will have 2 minutes to deliver your speech to the floor. And I would like to kindly invite our first speaker, Maldives. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair, the Honorable Chair, and distinguished delegates. Here's with the competitions, the second competitions. The delegates of Maldives hopes that to all of the delegates, call upon all of the delegates to can give their issue, their stance and their problems in their each country, especially about the biodiversity, about the maritime crime, and etc. Especially about the peaceful in the maritime country. And the second about the common heritage, especially in Spice Road. So we basically want to hear all of the delegates can speak about their stance of countries and give their problems, especially so we can to arrange them, make the best solutions or give some discussion about it. Especially like Maldives itself have some things about the biodiversity. There's exploitation, so it's really harmful for us. And the others about the and the others is about how the Maldives itself get a lot of things that from the spice road that we believe that once again maybe Maldives is not the one of the country from including in IORA or the members of IORA, or Maldives is not cooperating with IORA, but we believe that this IORA committee could cooperate just not in IORA members but with the others countries too regarding about the maritime country and spice road. Thank you. I would like to yield it to the POI.
Thank you, Maldives, for sharing your general speech and for raising your expectations. Yes, we also believe to have to see more countries sharing their conditions and also possible way of cooperations, not only within the IORA member states, but also with the dialogue partners and other ASEAN member states who are present in this meeting today. So thank you for your kind remarks. Now we would like to invite the delegate from South Africa. You may have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. Here, the delegate of South Africa would like to call upon all delegates to state more about the potential, the research and the development that every member state that has built for such a year in the IORA, and also to get the more cooperation and collaboration in order to talk more about the spice route and also the promotional issue that we have. Because the delegate of South Africa here see there is a lot of developing country such as South Africa per se that is finding it's quite hard for us to find or to develop a digital promotion and also a development through our potential in biodiversity and maritime potential per se. Also, the delegate of South Africa would like to encourage all member states of IORA to cooperate and looking forward on what we've concluded in the Jakarta Concord by the IORA Head of State and Government in 2017, which are encouraging the sustainable development of community-based potential that every member state have. The delegate of South Africa would like to hear more about other opinions and also perspective from other member states, dialogue partner countries, and NGO in, in order to achieve our objective together. South Africans look forward to have a more fruitful debate and more fruitful discussion afterwards in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of South Africa, and for your call to the other delegates for raising more about collaboration. Next on the list, we will have delegate of Philippines. Delegate of Philippines, you may have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the recognition. And first and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. As we all know that our world facing this coronavirus disease 2019, and it's really hard enough to, of course, we are isolated. We also have the everything from the social isolation to the unemployment to overall feelings and instability. As like what I have said, which is in the country of the Philippines, we must be united. And the word unity can be just defined as a state of being united or joined. Meaning to say, yeah, diversity means difference, but means unity, and diversity means the state of being united despite of our differences. Filipinos are the best example for the unity in diversity. And, and with this, we are really very really supportive when in terms of the projects and of course the collaboration between with the IORA. And for our countrymen, one from diverse backgrounds such as different religions, states, cultures, languages, or anything. But the bottom line is we are giving peace and of course a solidarity to each and everyone to this world. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines, for your kind remarks. That marks the end of our speakers list. Thank you so much, delegates, for stating and sharing your word of encouragement, your expectations, and also some of wishes from your country's perspective. Now we will proceed with the formal debate. And for this session, we will encourage you to still propose moderated caucus and finish our discussions on the first topic. Particularly, the chair would like to see discussions upon biodiversity and also trade in the maritime aspects. And then after that, we can entertain an unmoderated caucus for you to be able to discuss with your fellow delegates. With this session, I would like to invite Ms. Naila to chair and then to lead us in these motions and for this discussion of formal debate. Ms. Naila, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Agatha. All right, we're now moving to the motions. The chair will now open the floor for any delegates to propose any motions. Is there any delegates who would like to propose? Okay, the chair recognizes South Africa. The chair also recognizes Australia. Okay, South Africa, you may go first.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. The delegate of South Africa would like to raise a motion to discuss about the research and development that each member state has developed in order to enhance the biodiversity potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Can the delegates repeat again?
Sure.
Once again?
Research and development to enhance the potential of biodiversity.
Okay. Thank you.
For 10 minutes total time and 2 minutes each speaking time.
Okay. Thank you, delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
The chair recognizes Australia. Australia, you may state your propose.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Delegations of Australia would like to raise a motion reinforce the protection of biodiversity throughout the Indian Ocean region.
For
Is
the
my voice
duration?
heard it?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. And for how long?
For about 10 minutes. 10 minutes total time, and for the speaker's time, 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you, delegate. The chair recognizes Maldives. Thank you. Maldives, you may propose.
Maldives, chair. Hello, chair. Okay. The delegates of Maldives would like to propose the motions that with the speaker timers is 10 to 1, and with the topics about wait a minute here. With the topics is about the trade exchange between the IORA country and non-IORA country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, delegate. Is there any other countries who would like to propose?
It's trade exchange. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's none, then we shall continue to the voting of these motions. As previously, we will vote from the first to the last stated, and the delegates are expected to say when the chair call upon your country, you are expected to say vote in favor or vote against directly. All right, I will begin the vote. Australia. On the topics of research and development to enhance potential of biodiversity. Okay.
Australia is in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cambodia.
Ms. Naila, it seems that we have received other member states coming
right.
in our committee session. Perhaps we can ask the delegate to state whether they're present and voting, so we can recalculate the minimum number for passing a motion.
Okay, thank you, Miss Agatha. I see the Arab Republic of Egypt. Am I correct? Right. The delegation from Arab Republic of Egypt. Are you with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Please state present and voting. Delegate of Egypt.
Delegate of Egypt, in our discussion, we are doing a roll call again to count how many delegates are present. Could you kindly state that you are present and voting, meaning that you will participate in this session? Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Egypt, could you kindly state that you are present and voting? You may say that Delegate of Egypt is present and voting. That would be enough. Delegate of Egypt. You are still muted, Delegate of Egypt. Perhaps Delegate of Egypt is having a connection issue. Maybe we can call another delegate. Ms. Naila, I recognize that we have Oman again.
Yes, I recognize Oman. Delegate of Oman.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, we're doing roll call. Can you kindly state that you are present and voting?
Delegates of Oman present and voting.
Thank you, Delegate. Oman is present and voting.
Thank you, Delegate of Oman. Can we go back to Delegate of Egypt? Delegate of Egypt. Perhaps Delegates of Egypt is having a trouble or this connection issue. But it's okay. Now we have 10 delegates present, meaning we have six votes, 6 minimum votes. But there's another delegate who are coming in. Oh, this is the beauty of like having a virtual meeting, yeah. We have to be patient, but even the world is adjusting. Like a lot of international meetings are adjusting to this method. So this is a new process of having a simulation or having an international meeting. A delegate of Egypt, you are with us. You're here with us. Yeah, I think it's the connection issue. It's okay, Miss Naila, we can proceed with the 10 delegates. Now we have the 50% plus 1 would be 6 for passing a motion. So now you may proceed with the voting session for voting the motion from South Africa. In the meantime, I will help to get in touch with delegate of Egypt. Please, Miss Naila, please proceed.
Thank you, Miss Agatha. All right, as stated before, our vote number must reach 6 to pass these motions. Now, I'm repeating the voting. So we will start from the beginning again. The first motion is proposed by South Africa. It's a moderated caucus with a time 10 minutes, 2 minutes speaking time, with a topic of research and development to enhance potential of biodiversity. Now, I will call upon the countries, and please state whether you are voting in favor or voting against it. I will call upon Australia.
Australia is in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Cambodia. Delegates of Cambodia. Okay, we will get back to Cambodia later. Germany.
Germany is voting in favor.
Thank you. Indonesia.
Vote in favor.
Thank you. Malaysia.
In favor.
Thank you. Maldives.
In favor.
Thank you, Maldives. Oman.
Vote against.
Oman vote against. Thank you, Oman. Philippines.
The Republic of the Philippines is in favor.
Thank you, Philippines. South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa is in favor with this motion.
Thank you. United Arab Emirates.
United Arab Emirates vote in favor.
Thank you, delegate. Okay. We have 8 vote in favor and 1 vote against. Hereby, the motions are passed. So we can continue to deciding on the speakers list.
Ms. Naila, before we proceed, I think we missed 1 vote. Is there any delegates who hasn't voted here, or I mistakenly write the number of those who are in favor? Because we need 10 delegates.
Yes, I recognize, Miss, that the delegate from Oman. No, Cambodia, sorry. Cambodia.
Delegate of Cambodia, are you present?
Yes.
Excuse me, the delegates of United Arab Emirates are present and voting too.
Delegate of?
Yes. United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, AE. Your vote is already secured. Don't worry. It's a delegate from Cambodia. We haven't heard from delegate of Cambodia.
Delegate from Cambodia is not in the room, Miss Agatha.
Okay, now it means that we have we have 9, but I recognize that we have another delegate coming. Very sorry for the inconvenience, but we have to make sure that we are having a democracy. We have the equal number of the right amount of number of people who are voting. So that's why it's very important to always make sure that we are voting based on the majority. But now we recognize that the delegates from Seychelles is already here. Delegates of Seychelles.
Yes, Madam.
Yeah. Are you present and voting?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Could you kindly state that delegates of Seychelles is present and voting? Just say that a delegate of Seychelles is present and voting. Just repeat after me. Delegate of Seychelles?
Yes, Madam.
Could you kindly state that you are present and voting?
I am present and voting.
Thank you, Delegate of Seychelles. And Delegate of Egypt, are you already present?
Yeah, I'm presenting and voting.
Yeah, thank you, delegates. Now we have 12. Thank you so much, Delegate of Seychelles and delegates of Egypt. And with that, I will change that the Cambodia is not present. For the first motion, then we need the voting from delegate of Seychelles and Egypt. Delegate of Seychelles, are you in favor or against of this topic? In favor means you agree, you want this topic to be discussed.
I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates of Egypt, are you agree to this motion, to this topic?
Yeah, I am agree.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Egypt. We have, 11. Oh yeah, sorry, my mistake. Now we have 11 delegate present, and 50% plus 1 would be 6 or 7?
7.
Yeah. Wait, the 50% plus 1 is actually 6.5, so it's still B6 for voting the motion. So for our first motion, it still clearly passes, so we can continue with the first motion, Ms. Naila.
Thank you, Ms. Agatha. Okay, we will now continue to the first motion. To remind you again, the topic is research and development to enhance potential biodiversity. Is there any country who wish to speak in these motions? But first, I will ask South Africa as the proposer of this topic. Would you like to speak first or last?
The last, please. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa will speak the last, the fifth speaker, as we have 2 minutes on each speakers. So we will have 5 speakers list. We still have 4 slots. Is there any country who would like to speak on this motion? I recognize Australia. The chair recognizes Australia. And the chair recognizes Indonesia. 2 slots left. Thank you, Australia and Indonesia. The chair recognizes Philippines and Maldives. Thank you, Philippines and Maldives, for the first motions. Okay, for the first motions, we will be having 5 speakers. It will be from, let me repeat, it will be from South Africa, as the last speakers, the fifth speakers. The first one is Australia, and then Indonesia, and then Philippines, and then Maldives. Okay, we will now proceed to Australia. Australia, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Indian Ocean extends over 30% of the global ocean area, raised by 26 littoral and two hinterland nations, sustaining about 30% of the world's population. But we still find so many challenges due to the observation and research, specifically about the scarcity of the data and many taxa of little or no economic interest at present. And the second challenge is we found out is the paucity of information increasement when comparing animal and plants group. And number three is inadequacy of special coverage stands out clearly. And the fourth is the middle to low taxonomic capacity based throughout the region. So we still faces so many challenges for this research, especially for protecting our biodiversity. So kindly, Australia have some solutions for this one. Number one is make taxonomy an easier subject to master. So mostly people think that taxonomic is hard. So for this case, in order that taxonomic is very important, so we have to consider the taxonomic an easier subject by understanding to use the tools like the computer aided taxonomy, pattern recognition, image analysis, and DNA fingerprints. Number two, the solutions that we can take is value addition to taxonomic research, dealing with extractions of bioproduct genetic manipulation to enhance product yield and biosafety. And number three, the solutions is increase the awareness among governmental funding agencies, international organizations, and donor agencies to support biodiversity research. And we need available ship time and increase budgetary provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Okay, thank you. Just in time. We will now move on to the second speakers. We have Indonesia. Indonesia, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, as a reminder, this time I will knock once for 20 seconds left. Okay, so, right, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the time. Uh, Indonesia has an institution for the research and development in that biodiversity. This institution called Indonesian Institute of Science, we call it LIPI, and we have a lot of expedition that we have to research and develop the biodiversity. Each expedition, we always find uh, a new species in maritime or inland. But with the large resources that we can do it alone. Like um, we we have held a lot of expedition from east until west Indonesia, but we still have a lot of potential in biodiversity, and we think that the research and development for other countries to collaborate with Indonesia is a must because we can we can find a lot of new species and can enhance our biodiversity. So Indonesia wants to invite others to involve to make a big data of biodiversity so we can conserve this biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Just in time. All right, next I will call for Philippines. You have 2 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Biodiversity plays a very important role in our lives, of course, we the people, and all over the world, and serving as source of food, medicines, and many other materials needed to sustain the human life. Today, biodiversity studies may be approached from several levels, namely gene, species, population, natural community, and ecosystems, or from a combination of two or more levels. Why is biodiversity on attractive areas for scientific studies? The Philippines is an archipelago in the tropics. It's like geological history is complex, having been subjected to rise and fall of the land and sea levels, volcanic eruptions, climate change, and the past, etc. Plant and animal species have evolved, and some have become extinct over time, and while others have survived to the present. And these past events have resulted in the rich biodiversity that we see today. The country is part of the Coral Triangle together with five other nations. It is a common research program called the Coral Triangle Initiative. Is partly aimed for the conservation of the rich biodiversity, especially coral reef resources, mangroves, seagrass beds, and tropical rainforest. The growing awareness that biodiversity is a precious global asset to present and future generations, and that species' survival and the integrity of habitats and ecosystems is a serious risk, has increased significantly the importance of biodiversity related research. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next is Maldives. Delegate of Maldives, are you ready?
Okay, I am ready, Chair.
Okay, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate. Here we talk about the biodiversity itself. And Maldives, as you know, delegates, the one of the countries that really have a beautiful tourism site, especially in the nature and the maritime and the marine sites. So the Maldives enjoys some of the rich marine biodiversity anywhere in the world. The country coral reefs are the large in the world, representing some 5% of the global reef area. Our 21,000 square kilometers of reef are home of 50, like 250 species of coral, which is teams with the over 1,000 species of fish. So it's basically really give a lot of riches in the pile of the marine for the Maldives itself. But here, the Maldives broke some of the problems or issue that we're facing a lot. That that's about the exploitations because the tourism site is really increasing up in the Maldives itself, especially when it's become a holiday and in the world. And Maldives itself get a lot of tourists, and it's make exploitation such as they touch anything or they explore exploration a lot and etc. And the others about the pollution itself. Our government but hold the pollution the water pollution itself, and we still lack of the supply of the water in Maldives. So that's the things that we really facing a lot about the biodiversity in the Maldives, and we hope that we call all of the countries to have collaborations and give the solutions to resolve these problems, and we can get a solution for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The last we have delegates of South Africa. Delegates of South Africa, are you ready?
Yes.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate. As the founding father and also the previous chair of IORA, South Africa seen in a bigger picture that research and development had been the challenge for all member states to implement. And the delegate of South Africa also see that there is a gap that we could fill together in order to implement the solution that we also have recognized before. That's why South Africa would like to encourage all member states to have a set of specific and time-bound goals Some of them are already mentioned from other delegates. Thank you so much for the insights. So the first one is about the approach or about the short-term approach. The delegate of South Africa seen that is the needs for us to establish a core group in order to discuss more about the biodiversity potential that all member states of IORA or even the country partners of IORA already have. Also, we need to strengthen the core group per se in order to discuss and also raise more solutions about the biodiversity problem that all member states have already stated before. The second one is about the medium term. The medium term is need to be conduct feasibility studies to explore the potential about the biodiversity per se. As stated from the delegate of Indonesia previously, that all the potential that the biodiversity in all member states have also need to be collected in data, because we all know that the potential per se is a lot in the number and quantities. Also, we need to encourage and also embracing the established an IORA resource center about biodiversity and website in order to collect the data per se about the biodiversity. Because as stated before, that the digital era has come. Also, we need to have a digital data about our potential in order to keep it safe and protect them with a policy. And the long-term per se is to develop joint capacity building projects in biodiversity, including community-based biodiversity community, also the other parties, in order to make this solution is more inclusive to all member states and also to all the dialogue partner countries of IORA. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. All right. The speakers list are all done. As we discussing about new topics, I can see that there still a lot that we can explore from biodiversity. But moving on, we will go to the second motion that was proposed by Australia. We'll now have a vote on this motion. As before, please state your vote in favor or voting against when I call upon your country. All right, I will begin. On the topics of protections of biodiversity in the Indian Ocean region, with a time of 10 minutes, each speaking time 1 minute. I will ask for the delegates' votes. First is Australia.
Yeah.
Delegates of Australia, are you voting in favor or against to the second motion?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegates of Australia is voting in favor. Egypt,
Vote in favor.
thank you. Germany,
Vote against.
Germany is voting against. Thank you, Germany. Indonesia,
Vote in favor.
Indonesia is voting in favor. Thank you. Malaysia,
In favor.
thank you, Malaysia. Malaysia is in favor. Maldives,
Maldives in favor. Thank you, Chair.
thank you, Maldives. Oman,
In favor.
thank you, Oman. Philippines,
The Republic of the Philippines is in favor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Philippines. Seychelles,
In favor, thank you.
Thank you. South Africa?
The delegate of South Africa is in favor with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa is in favor. United Arab Emirates?
The delegates of United Arab Emirates in favor in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We have 10 out of 10 vote in favor. So it is clear that this motion is passed. We shall continue to the speakers list of the topics. I will recall protection of biodiversity in the Indian Ocean region. I will now open the speakers list. Is there any country who would like to speak in this motion? First, first Australia as the proposal. Are you going to speak last or first?
I would prefer speaking the last, please.
Okay, thank you, Australia. Australia will be speaking last. I recognize someone's raising hand. Right, Maldives. The chair recognizes Maldives. The chair recognizes United Arab Emirates, South Africa. The chair recognizes Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, is there any other country who would like to speak on this motion? Okay, now we have Maldives, United Arab Emirates, South Africa, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Australia. Australia, are you going to speak on the 7th? Liz, is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to speak as the 7.
Thank you, Australia. We will now proceed with the 7 list of speaker. You have 1 minute, and I will remind you on the last 10 seconds with a 1 knock. Okay, now the first up is Maldives. The delegate of Maldives, are you ready? Okay, the floor is yours, Maldives.
Am I ready, Chair? Okay, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair, Honorable Chair, and listeners delegates. Here we talk about how to protect that biodiversity itself. So some of the things or some of the actions that already Maldives get or do is something about how to get spread between one to the others, like connections between one ministry in the other's ministries to help some collaborations, and the others how to make to create a culture for the tourists to keep the nature and doesn't broke them. So here's the thing: the delegates of Maldives would like to propose the solution such as first, we can to collaborate between the ministry that regarding the oceans. The second is about how to the country can educate, campaign, and culturize the society. And the third, how to get a collaboration between each country regarding this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you, Maldives. Up next is United Arab Emirates. Are you ready?
Madam Chair.
Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the recognitions. Madam Chair and fellow delegates, United Arab Emirates is particular environments, hot and dry, greatly meets the country biodiversity richness. United Arab Emirates has 3 major varieties of ecosystem. The first thing is desert ecosystem. The second one is mountain ecosystem, and the last one coastal and marine ecosystem. Biodiversity protection, such as the conversations of the endangered our falcon and the protections of camel diversity plays an important role in United Arab Emirates culture legacy. Fisheries and tourism represents important parts of the United Arab Emirates ecosystem. This advice aims to investigate the opportunities in building a local greener emirate through the better understanding of carbon and coastal ecosystems advice and their potential contribution to climate change mitigation effort. The United Arab Emirates believes that to do the protections, the biodiversity in the Indian Oceans also it can increase the potential of biodiversity in each country, especially in the
Thank you,
United Arab
delegate.
Emirates.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, delegates from United Arab Emirates. Your time elapsed. And now we're going to the delegates of South Africa. Are you ready? Delegates of South Africa?
Yes.
Okay. The floor is yours for the next 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. When we talk about the protection, the delegate of South Africa believed that first, we need to collect the data of biodiversity potential that every member state has. Afterwards, we could protect them through the policy that we could produce in collaboration with related ministries. This is because the potential per se is need to be protected by data in order to make it last and also to be implemented well. Here, the delegate of South Africa encouraged all member states to have a set of the data per se and collected it through the related ministries in order to protect them through our policies by the either it's by IORA or by the related ministry that all member states have. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We'll proceed to Malaysia. Malaysia, are you ready? Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
you may begin.
As of 2015, 55.2% of Malaysia's total land area was covered with forests under various forms of protection. To address the issue of forest fragmentation, trans-boundary projects also have been initiatives including the Central Forest in Peninsular Malaysia and the Heart of Borneo, which involved Sabah and Sarawak states. Conservation action plans for economic spaces, that is, for tigers, elephant, and tapir, also being undertaken. Further, Malaysia is drawing up a national red data list for threatened species and
Thank you, delegate.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates from Malaysia.
Thank you.
Next is Indonesia. You have 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the chair. The new species that we found usually not in a big amount, and if we don't protect our biodiversity, we will disappear. The species will disappear without us knowing that this species is exist. As mentioned, uh, as mentioned from South Africa, we must make a data that quantify the species and biodiversity that we have. But not only we make a data to track our biodiversity, we must make a regulation that manage our biodiversity with a sustainable principle. As mentioned with Maldives too, there is we must educate our public to know public society to know that our biodiversity is a thing to protect. I believe with this way we can protect our biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. We have Philippines. Are you ready?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. The next 1 minute, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recognized as the hottest of biodiversity hotspots, a global conservation priority area which faces a significant threats, the Pearl of the Orient Sea, the Philippines, together with other megadiverse countries, host over two-thirds of the Earth's plant and animal species. However, increasing human activity has pushed its wildlife to the edge of collapse. And the nation is also an international hub for illegal wildlife trafficking. And while the domestic exotic pet and bashment trade continues to threaten biodiversity, there are a lot of roles of the Philippines have. And the strategic plan of the Philippines first is improving attitudes, awareness, and livelihoods, which Conservation International and partners organization working with local community to understand and to help them to recognize and love the nature.
Thank you,
Thank you.
delegate. Thank you. We have Australia. Are you ready? All right. You may begin. Okay, you may begin.
Thank you. So firstly, we have to know about the importance of why the protections is really crucial for Indian Ocean region. Because the biodiversity of the Indian Ocean is very large. That about 30% of the coral reef in the world exists in Indian Ocean, and then we have the mangroves of more than 40,000 kilometers, and then we have sandy and rocky beach ecosystems taken as a product of the length of the coastline of four maritime states. We also have minor estuaries besides coastal lagoons and also the backwaters. So based on this importance, Australia has taken few steps further to protect the biodiversity, such as the Quality Angel Initiative for coral reefs, and then protecting marine species, and also agreements for protecting migratory species. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Okay, we still have 2 slots for the same topics. Is there any country who would like, perhaps the one that didn't finish? All right, the chair recognize United Arab Emirates and Maldives first. So perhaps we go with the delegate of Egypt. Perhaps you can join in the next motions. We will now proceed with United Arab Emirates and Maldives. You still have the same 1 minute for each speaking time. United Arab Emirates, are you ready?
The United Arab Emirates will not speak for this motion.
Okay, you may proceed, please. The floor is yours.
Excuse me, Chair. The United Arab Emirates will not speak in this motion.
Oh, pardon me. Okay, I saw the raised hand was raised, so I thought you're speaking. So can we back to the speakers list? And I recognize the Egypt. Yes. Is the delegate of Egypt would like to speak in this motion? The delegate of Egypt?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to speak in this motion?
Okay.
Okay. We will go with you first, with Egypt first, and then Maldives. So for the next 1 minute, Egypt, please, the floor is yours to talk about the topics discussed. Okay, for a moment.
Okay. Thank you
While
for
Miss
the time.
Agatha arranging. Okay, Okay.
Okay.
Now
Protected
you may.
areas. Okay.
Okay, you may begin now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Protected areas have been Egypt's most important and effective tool to conserve its biodiversity, preventing the potential loss of species and habitats, as well as fulfilling its international commitments. By the year 2013, Egypt had established 30 protected areas covering over 14.6% of the total surface area. However, the coverage didn't meet the CBD 2020 HE target. In spite of numerous efforts made in the established of the protected areas network, critical problems and risks still exist, including the inability to retain trained staff, underfunding, and lost opportunities to generate substantial
Thank you, delegate.
substantial revenues. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates from Egypt. Now we're having delegate from Maldives. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm already.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair. Here, the delegates of Maldives once again want to talking about how to protect our biodiversity, especially in the maritime country. Here's the things. So we can to conclude that we still have a lot of things that need us done, especially how to protect the sanitations. It's because some of the countries still lack of that sanitation, still lack of that about how to throw the junk and etc. and etc. It's really give a pollution to the water, and it's impactful for the ocean and sea, and it's really dangerous for the biodiversity. So we believe that we still need to the technology to about that, and then we believe the ministry can give collaborations or cooperations between them in one each country, so the corporations can give a best solution, such as like they have some program or some yes action and etc. That's we believe. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, delegate from Maldives. The last speaker is Australia. Are you ready?
Yes, Australia is ready.
Okay, you may speak for the next 1 minute. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. As has been mentioned before by the delegations of Australia and also the other delegates, we have known that biodiversity is really important to be looked as a concern for each country, especially in Indian Ocean region. While we know that this biodiversity is affected by the member states of the country near the Indian Ocean. So I just want to give encouragement for all the member states and also the not the member states to keep up this cooperation and give solutions together so that we can keep and protect our biodiversity. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Australia. Now that Australia has speak, this motion is ended. We can now move to the next motion. We have the third motion proposed previously.
Ms. Naila, before we vote on Maldives' motion, the chair would like to inform you that after the voting on Maldives' motion, the meeting can discuss or propose any unmoderated caucus. So if any delegates wish to propose an unmoderated caucus, maximum time 20 minutes, that would be in order after we vote on Maldives' motion. Thank you. Please proceed, Naila.
Thank you, Ms. Agatha. All right, on to the third topics. As before, I will call upon the country name and please state your voting, whether you're voting in favor or voting against the topics, which is trade exchange between IORA countries and non-IORA countries proposed by Maldives, with a talking time 1 minute each. Okay, we have 10 slots. I will begin the vote. I will start with Australia.
Australia is against the motion.
Australia is against the motion. Thank you, Australia. Next is Egypt.
Delegate Egypt vote against for the motions.
Egypt is voting against the motions. Thank you, Egypt. Germany.
Germany is voting against the motion.
Germany voting against the motion. Thank you, Germany. Indonesia.
Vote against motion.
Indonesia voting against the motions. Thank you. Malaysia.
Malaysia is again for this motion.
Okay, Malaysia is against this motion. Maldives.
Maldives is again with the motion.
Maldives against the motion. Oman.
Vote in favor the motions.
Oman is voting in favor for the motions. Thank you. Philippines.
The Republic of the Philippines vote against to the motion.
Thank you. Seychelles.
Vote against the motion.
Thank you. South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa is against this motion.
Delegate of South Africa against the motion. Thank you. United Arab Emirates.
Votes against.
Thank you, delegates. Out of 11 delegates in the floor, we have 10 to 1 voting against the motion. Therefore, these motions will not be passed. I will now open another motion. Any country? Okay. The chair recognizes Maldives. The chair also recognizes South Africa. Maldives goes first. Please, Maldives.
Okay, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair. So Maldives here would like to propose the motion unmoderated caucus with the timer time is 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa also would like to raise the unmoderated caucus. So we think that it could get along with the motion from Maldives. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see none others raising hand. I think we can vote on this motion. Motion proposed by Maldives. An unmoderated caucus with a duration of 15 minutes. Just the same as the moderated one, I will call upon the country, and then you shall state whether you're voting in favor or voting against the unmoderated caucus. I will begin. Australia.
Bother me, may I ask something?
Please. Yes.
What's the motion for this unmoderated caucus?
Okay. I will explain. For this unmoderated caucus, you shall not need any topics because this is an informal discussion. So later, the chair will open the discussion for 15 minutes, and everyone here in the room can talk to each other. So there's no one in turns. You can just freely talk. So there will be no need for topics. It's all up to the delegates for 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I got it.
Thank you.
Australia is in favor.
Okay, thank you, Australia. Australia is in favor. Egypt.
Egypt vote in favor.
Thank you, Egypt. Germany. Delegates of Germany, are you in favor or against the unmoderated caucus proposed by Maldives for 15 minutes? Delegates from Germany. It seems like the delegates is not in the room. I guess we shall move on first. Indonesia, are you in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you, Indonesia. Malaysia.
Malaysia. Malaysia is again.
Malaysia is against. Thank you. Maldives.
Absolutely in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maldives. Oman.
In favor.
Thank you, Oman. Philippines.
The Republic of the Philippines is in favor.
Thank you, Philippines. Seychelles.
In favor. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa is in favor with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Last is United Arab Emirates.
Vote in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We still need the vote from Germany. But Germany is not in the room. Ms. Agatha, do you think we can pass the motion?
Yeah, I think because we clearly passed the majority, the simple majority, with 9 votes in favor, we can proceed with unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes. And perhaps I can explain a bit about how the flow would be. So since we are in a small group, only 11 delegates present, the committee will be will be using this Zoom platform as for the delegates to have informal discussions with the others. So feel free for the upcoming 15 minutes. The chair and the assistant chair will close or turn off our camera. So you can have like informal sessions talking amongst you, the delegates, and feel free to discuss in any topics relevant to our discussion. I mean, like the discussion of the meeting simulation. So feel free to discuss about the maritime aspects or maybe some expectations, some hopes that you want to exchange among you. And please bear in mind that we actually have discussed a bit about trade exchanges, but it's just subtle. Perhaps after the unmoderated caucus, we can have another moderated caucus also to discuss about this. And after that, we can proceed with discussing about other topics or the second topic. The chair would like to also remind you that the outcome of this meeting simulation is a joint communique, and one group of delegates who wish to make a joint communique, the number of minimum delegates to create a group or a working group is 3 countries. So for instance, you have the same position with other 2 countries. Let's say Cambodia, Indonesia, and Singapore would like to work together as a group, creating a joint communique. You can work in team later on. But in this unmoderated caucus, the chair believes that it's a perfect opportunity for you to first find the common ground about like what do you wish to have in this maritime cooperation with the other countries, bearing in mind that in this meeting we have not only IORA countries, but also dialogue partners and also ASEAN member states. So there can be like an informal discussion with you, with all of you first. If you have any questions, you can reach to the chair through via the chat box. The chair and also the assistant chair will still be here, but we will not be engaging with you in this discussion. This is your time to discuss. So for the upcoming 15 minutes, the chair will be just sharing our screen to show you the time for 15 minutes, and we will have another formal debate or discussions in after 15 minutes from now. So with that, I would like to inform you that the 15 minutes unmoderated caucus starts now.
Okay, thank you so much for the chairs. Okay, here's the delegates.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Here's the
Hello,
delegates.
everyone.
Thank you. What I'm waiting for.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone.
Okay,
Hello,
can we guys
everyone. Good
starting to
afternoon.
talk about our problems?
Yes,
good
of
afternoon,
course.
Jane.
I think
Nice,
we already
nice.
find a sort of common ground for the first topic. I thought so because I already read, I already jotted down some of your thoughts, and some of them maybe it's all the same because most of us are developing countries, except
Yeah.
Australia, because I found that Australia is such a developed country. Is it right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe
Exactly.
before my country itself have facing the problems with the China, but we can see China is not here against. So we believe that
Yeah.
we have same
Yeah.
stance now, and yeah, let's
Delegate
discuss
of
about
PRC is not here because of you, Maldives.
Oh no! I just give us some critics. Okay, what the things that we want to talking about? Maybe I want to hear some of the delegates that doesn't still about their country yet, such as like Oman, or
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
Cycles. Yes.
Seychelles.
Yeah, Seychelles or any other country that previously didn't state their opinion about regarding to the topic. We still have exchange also. Maybe
Yeah.
some of your countries has any opinion about it. I found it interesting on the study guide because of it. Maybe delegate of Oman, are you here?
Yeah.
How's your thought
I have
about
heard. Of course. Actually, that on the last of the topics or motions that I really votings affairs because in my opinions, apart from traditional and culture linkage between Oman and MENA or Arab region, that in the Indian Ocean represent a sort of potential trade expansions and economic growth for Oman's will be the objective of the study is to investigate the patterns of the trade in IORA and determines Oman's trade potentials in his regions. Based on the panel data between the years 26 to 2015 and the positions Presido maximum likelihood or PPML technique were used to estimate a structural gravity model. The result confirmed that the trade potential between Oman and Aura and indicate that the Aura formation is equivalent to a tariff drop or tariff equivalent of 10.3%, more or less. That's all.
Okay. So if I sums a bit about it, I think it's about the traditional potential, also the estimation about the equality between any member states or other member states in IORA. Is it right?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Thank you. Except the delegate of Maldives, is there any country that is included in the dialogue partner countries and not the member state of IORA? Because I found
Exactly.
I already found
Maybe just that doesn't have a really members in IORA itself and doesn't cooperate.
Australia, are you the member states of IORA?
Yes, Australia is the member states.
Oh, okay. So the member states of IORA per se is all of us except the Maldives per se. That already kicked out the PRC. Oh.
Germany not member of IORA, but they have you have corporate guys. Like maybe I'm just the outsider here, so I'm just like proposing about the whole about the relation between you guys, the IORA countries, and us, the not IORA countries. That's the things that I want to over before.
Okay. So I
Because
found
like in the common heritage itself in Spice Road, we have a contribution too, like
every country in
Spice Route.
IORA per se, either it's a member state or not, is already concluded in the Spice Route journey. I found it well in study guide. Also, Indonesia is the proposer of the Spice Route per se. I think we're gonna talk about it more on the moderated caucus afterwards. Okay. Also for the trade exchange, because same as the chair has stated before, I think the trade exchange is quite subtle. We'll talk about more on the culture and anything. That's why PRC are kicked out, because we're not talking about the trade. Trade is something that is really, really engaging with the PRC. We're gonna hear more. PRC, are you here? PRC are kicked out because of Maldives. Chair needs to know that.
Yeah, PRC here. Coach you
PRC is
gives
here,
your
but
statement. PRC.
no PRC. We're just having joke. Maldives, you're gonna kick out because you are not the member state of IORA. PRC, you are the team of us. No, but I think the trade exchange is something that is important to talk more. And I think some of you are working in the laptop, isn't it?
No, I'm using my phone.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
you're
using
laptop.
I'm using my mobile phone.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Indonesia or United Arab Emirates, are you working with laptop?
Oh, I'm working with laptop.
Working with both laptop and phone.
I think it might be great for us to maybe have some of you already jot down the insights from other speech, because I found something that is common in ground. Or maybe after this meeting, we're gonna have another meeting to just write down the joint communique, because I think it's important for tomorrow we have a joint communique. Joint communique per se, I need to look at the study guide first.
But I think the communique itself like doesn't communicate. It's, oh, am I too little, like too doesn't clear?
Okay. Your sound is too little because
Okay.
your microphone.
From your speech, I can hear clearly enough.
Okay.
Except from that, your signal is pretty bad.
Okay.
I think so.
I would like to
good.
talk.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Is it more clearly?
Yeah. I can hear it.
Yeah, some more is.
Okay. So like we just have. Oh, okay. I'm just turn off my camera. Like so we have like we have communique like doesn't like really draft resolutions that may be so complicated because they have a preamble and etc. So maybe we just put our points before like about the blue economic what the statement that we want to over, like just maybe we can have like 5 until 6 points to our communique, because communique it's a simple one. That's all from me.
Yes, I think it's simpler than the draft resolution of United Nations, because I just see a pretty paragraph of it that contains the points regarding to the karmas, and I think some of us already written down some of insights. So that's why I just asked some of you. Maybe some of you are already working with laptop or something that you could easily jot down or typing the insights. So afterwards, maybe after the meeting or maybe tomorrow, or I think it's better after the meeting, if
Tomorrow.
tomorrow we're gonna have another session, or maybe
Yes,
tomorrow we'll have another session. Maybe it's a wording session at the end. I think so. So maybe after this meeting, maybe at night, if you are not.
That sounds good.
Okay with that, we're gonna
We
have
can discuss more about it.
Or we just start the Comunix now.
We
So
need another meeting that is focuses on the joint community, because it's pretty. I think it's pretty not pretty. It's pretty short, but we need time to tap down of it, because we're conscious about berapa, about 15 delegates. I think write down the insights from 15 delegates. It's quite hard for us to just write down in how much time we have left. Maybe it's just about 5 minutes after, so I delegates 5 more minutes. We just have 5 minutes, so I think it's quite hard for us. But maybe at the next session we need to talk more about the trade exchange, and also I think we all have a common ground that every member state and also the dialogue partner countries has a promotional issue in spice route. It's in the topic B also. And I think that is the thing that we need to talk more, and also about the maritime security. We'll talk more about the maritime culture, because previously the PRC per se is in the motion. I think it's in the motion on the first session. So afterwards we'll talk a lot about it. I think we're gonna head into another session. Another session in another perspective about the maritime per se. It's about the security. How do you think, everyone? Is it okay, or any other of you that have any insights more about what things we should
Hello.
or discuss?
Yes, China, please speak about the maritime security.
China is pretty much.
Yes, we want to talk about maritime security, right?
Sorry, directly to the delegate of PRC. The delegate of PRC is kicked out because of you.
No, it's just not like that.
Please speak.
I'm sorry because I'm just having a trouble connection in my home, so I would like to propose my idea or my topic, China's topic to the spice route. Like so I've been working on position paper that that right. We just the topic spice route as a commentary picture. So I would like to I would like to state that China is want to making a joint statement or like a joint communique like such as that to dominate the spice route as a world heritage. So I would like to know that the other members countries of IORA or the dialogue partners can work on this nomination to UNESCO. I would like to say that maybe we could just making something like that. I'm so sorry I could not open my camera because I'm not in my home because I should it's very noisy.
Maybe to sum a bit, it's because.
Can you get my point? Can you get my point?
The idea is about the collaboration in the spice route per se is not something that we need to occupy by a country, and the delegate of Maldives thought that the delegate of PRC, or maybe the PRC as this country per se, is exploit more and seems like dominating more in the spice route per se. Is it right?
No, not like that. But the people of China
your voice is quite your voice is quite decreased than before, so I need to move my ears. Can you just please move your microphone closer?
Yes. So clear? Do you sound clear?
Your voice isn't audible.
Yes, your voice is.
Can you just make it closer or something?
Yeah, maybe you need to move your microphone closer to your mouth.
Hello, test.
Or maybe you can write it down into the chat.
Okay.
If it's pretty long for you and the signal issue is
to the
still,
chat.
yeah, you can write it down to the chat. We need
No,
to hear
no,
more
China,
about.
please, about how the maritime security itself. Like we must have that first. Like we have here the Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. I think that really need to clarifications about it.
1 minute left. We just have 1 minute left. It is so short. 15 minutes is so short. That's why I think after the meeting, maybe on 8 GMT, 8 p.m. GMT, we need to have another meeting just to write down the joint communique, because the 15 minutes per se is just 1 minute, and I think now the time is elapsed because the chair has back.
The communique, maybe we can to use our break time after this consensus.
Our free time after this consensus. Is there any free time after this consensus, chair? Oh, sure.
Okay, delegates, sorry, the time of the unmoderated caucus has elapsed. Thank you so much for maximizing the use of this time to getting to know the others' positions and also expectations. The chairs are excited to hear and also to follow up your discussions in the producing the joint communique. We are glad to see that all of the delegates are focusing more or putting priority on collaboration, and that is a great message that the chair has received from the discussions amongst you. So that's a good step. So before the break to answer South Africa's queries, yes, we will have a break from 3 until 3:30 Jakarta time. So there will be 30 minutes break to refresh your mind. However, during that time, before that, the chair would like to encourage, since we still have less than 10 minutes in this committee session, perhaps we can have one final moderated caucus to discuss about trade exchange. Maybe a 5-minute moderated caucus will work just to talk about. Maybe you can propose a motion about trade exchange or other topics related to your discussion in the unmoderated caucus. And later on, for our final committee session for today at 3:30 Jakarta time, we will still have 2 more hours to discuss the second topic, which is about spice route. But within this committee session, you can always propose for an unmoderated caucus. So if you want to start working on the joint communique, you may do so later on the third committee session after we begin the discussion on the second topic, which is spice route. With that, Ms. Nela, can you lead us into the formal debate to proposals for motions, our final motions before the break?
All right, I can, Miss Agatha. Delegates, we will have one last motions before the break. The chair will now open the floor for motions. Okay, the chair recognizes South Africa. Yes, South Africa.
May I have the floor?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate. The delegate of South Africa would like to raise a motion to discuss about trade exchange between IORA members and non-IORA members. For 5 minutes total time and 1 minute each speaking time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, South Africa. Due to the time, I think we can vote onto this motions first. Okay, I will now begin the vote. Okay, I will begin the vote for these motions with the topic trade exchange between IORA members and non-IORA members, proposed by South Africa for 5 minutes. Australia, are you voting in favor for this topic?
Australia is in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Egypt,
Egypt for the against.
Egypt vote against. Thank you. Germany, do we have Germany? I think Germany is not in the room. Indonesia?
In favor.
Indonesia is in favor. Thank you. Malaysia?
Malaysia against.
Malaysia is against the topics. Thank you. Maldives?
Maldives in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Maldives in favor. Thank you. Philippines? I'm sorry, Oman?
In favor.
Okay, thank you, Oman. Oman is in favor. Philippines?
The Philippines vote in favor.
Thank you, Philippines. South Africa, I read in the comment, says in favor. So Africa is in favor. And the last is United Arab Emirates.
Proudly to say the delegates of United Arab Emirates vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate.
Ms. Anna, sorry, apologize. For in replacement of the delegate of Germany, the chair believes that delegates of PRC, People's Republic of China, has joined us again. People's Republic of China, are you present and voting in this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Would you vote in favor of this motion?
Yes, the delegate of People's Republic of China is vote in favor to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. With that, we would like to replace Germany's vote with People's Republic of China. So the voting majority, the number will not be changed because the vote of Germany will be changed into 0, and then China will be counted. The vote from China will be counted. So based on the number of delegates who are in favor, the motion passes.
Thank you, Miss Agatha. I think now I can start to open the floor for any speakers. Does anyone want to speak? I recognize Maldives. The chair recognizes Maldives. The chair also recognizes South Africa, who says she will be speaking last, the 5th. So there will still be 3 slots left. Is there anyone who would like to speak again? PRC, the chair recognizes PRC. The chair recognizes Oman. 1 left. The chair recognizes Philippines. Okay, thank you, delegates. We have the list. We have Maldives first, and then China, Oman, Philippines, and South Africa, talking for 1 minute each. I would like to remind the topic, trade exchange between IORA members and non-IORA members. Okay, Maldives.
Okay, am I can start? Okay, thank you
Yes, you
very
may start.
much. Thank you very much for the recognition, Chair. Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Maldives, as the one of the countries that non-members of IORA itself really want to contribute, have a relations with the IORA members, especially Maldives is the one of the country that as the marine and maritime country, and the others Maldives itself have a relations with the others country as the spice road and have a trade exchange. So we believe that the trade exchange between the IRA country and non-IRA countries can beneficial for all of the countries because it could be promote the spice road itself and can be the one of the multilateral cooperations between one to the each other so can help about the economics and the society the social sides. That's all from the delegates of Maldives. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, we have China. China, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you for the floors and the recognitions, Assistant Chair. So the delegates of People's Republic of China would say that this motions here is very appreciated by the delegates of China. So we would like to state that the synergy of Maritime Silk Road and IORA cooperation areas is have much in common with China's 21st century Maritime Silk Road. So I would say that this motion or this topic is very, very benefit to China itself and also the non-IRA members and especially as dialogue partners. And that is the statement of the delegate of China. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. We can move to the delegates of Oman. Are you ready?
Yeah, ready. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Oman has opened up to global trade through bilateral, regional, and multilateral trade liberalization measures. Oman is ranked 66 in world merchandise import with a share of 0.1% and ranks 64 in world merchandise export with a share of 0.2%. The merchandise trade continued to increase since the 2000s, but have started declining due to the global financial crisis and weak end demand from its trading partner in 2015. The value of trade had equals 108.5% of GDP with WITS 2015 for the past 15 years. Oman had maintained a positive trade balances. However, the trade balances become negative if the export of crude oil is excluded. Oman tariff is based on GCC or common external tariff. It is applied an average applied tariff rate of 5.5%, while its bound tariff stood at 14.1%.
Thank you,
That's all from Oman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oman. Next, we have Philippines. Philippines, are you ready?
Yes, madam. I'm ready.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, madam. No one country has all the necessary resources of capacity to study or satisfy the need of their own people. However, by developing and exploiting their domestic resources, one country can produce a surplus and trade them for surplus products of other countries that they need. We need also to, of course, to cooperate and to link our partnerships with other countries. And like also with the first Western countries beginning, which is from the England where the Industrial Revolution started, and followed by this Japan that became the first non-Western country to join the developed world of the West. And later by South Korea and other newly industrializing countries like China. And international trade through has also known its own disadvantages. We all know that. But it can lead to over specialization. And for example, with workers losing their jobs, the world demand for the product falls, or when good for domestic consumption can be produced and more cheaply abroad, and job loss through such changes can cause a lot of trouble to many people of the certain countries. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. All right, we have the last speakers. South Africa, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, the floor is yours for the next 1 minute, please.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate. The delegate of South Africa noted that along the meeting, we already have a common ground on more collaboration in every aspect regarding to Indian Ocean. So the delegate of South Africa would like to encourage all member states of IORA to decrease and also maintaining the cooperation in trade exchange also, either it's between all member countries or even it's with the other or dialogue partner countries. We also encourage all nations to bring in up more data and set aside the thought of only desired things regards to the state's interests, because the trade exchange per se is something that we need to more recognize in order to settle and to maintain the stable and prosperous Indian Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. We've come to the end of the motions. Okay. With a total of 5 speakers, we have finished the last motions. And now, due to the time, I think we can have the suspension of the meeting, right, Miss Agatha? Okay, now, with the decree of the chair, the assistant chair, I would like to propose for suspension of the meeting simulation. Is there any objection from the delegates? I don't think there is. So I think we can have a break and we can close this session committee now. Thank you, delegates. You may have your break.
Thank
you,
you,
Chair.
Ms. Naila. Before we leave you to have your break, just a small announcement, delegates. From the chair, we would like to congratulate you for discussing the first topic. Can we have a virtual applause, please? Maybe we can use the reaction. Yay, okay. Well done, all delegates. Thank you for completing the first topic. And then after the break for 30 minutes, we will be continuing our discussion on the second topic about spice route. So you may have to use this break to pray and also to get your coffee or fill your stomach. And then after this, we will continue at 3:30 Jakarta time, or because we finish 5 minutes late, we can start at 3:35. But you may use this time also to discuss if you wish. But you remember that you still have 2 hours later in the discussion, in the formal debate, and you can raise unmoderated caucus to if you want to start creating your joint communique. So there is still time to discuss, and yeah, see you in the next 30 minutes. Have a great break.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Madam
Madam
Chair.
Thank you,
Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Is everyone present? The delegates, are you guys able to join us? Because we will begin in a few minutes. Previously, we're very sorry for the delay because there's technical issues, but now we're able to start again. So I see South Africa, United Arab Emirates, Maldives, Philippines, Seychelles, Oman, Malaysia, Egypt, Australia are already in the room. I guess if you can please turn on your camera and join us. But if there's connection issues, it should be fine. You just please inform us. Okay. I see the UAE. Oops. Missing again. Okay, Malaysia. UAE, hi everyone. Okay. South Africa. Our delegate from Maldives. Seychelles is on. Philippines. Oman. Okay. Yay. Here we are, the third session, guys. Okay, I guess while waiting the others, we can just begin. Okay, I would like to inform first that Miss Agatha will be joining us soon. Oh, there she is.
Hello, sorry, I got a call.
Yep. Okay. So we got 11 delegates, Miss, joining us. I guess we can begin the third session.
Where are we, Mbak Naila, Miss Naila?
Just about to begin.
Okay, I can help you with the roll call. Have you done the roll call?
No, not yet. There was a technical issues before.
No worries. Sorry, delegates, for the inconvenience. Welcome to the third session of this day. So it's final session. Okay, please proceed, Miss Naila.
Okay, thank you, Miss Agatha. Okay, we will now begin the third session. Perhaps we can share the topics, or should we just roll call first?
We can roll call first. Yeah?
Okay. Okay. As previously, we will start by doing roll call. So in each session, we'll be having roll call, guys. And then I will begin the meeting now. The chair will now begin the roll call. So please be prepared and please state present and voting so that we know that you're participating in this meet. Okay, I shall begin. Australia. Is the delegates from Australia is present? Delegates from Australia, can you hear me? Okay.
Delegations of Australia is present, but firstly, I want to apologize that I couldn't turn on the camera due to unstable connection.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you for informing us.
Is it allowed?
Yes, it's fine. We can help it because the connection.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fine, guys. Okay. Australia is present and voting. Bangladesh. Bangladesh is absent. Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam is absent. Cambodia. Cambodia is absent. China.
The delegates of People Republic of China is present and voting.
Thank you, China. Comoros. Comoros is absent. Egypt.
The delegate Egypt present and voting.
Thank you, Egypt. France. France is absent. Germany. Germany is still absent. India. India is absent. Indonesia.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Indonesia. Iran. Iran is absent. Italy. Italy is absent. Japan. Japan is absent. Kenya. Kenya is also absent. South Korea. South Korea is absent. Laos. Laos is absent. Madagascar. Madagascar is absent. Malaysia.
Malaysia present and voting.
Thank you, Malaysia. Maldives. Delegate of Maldives, can you hear me?
Maldives present and voting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. Mauritius. Mauritius is absent. Mozambique. Mozambique is absent. Myanmar. Myanmar is absent. Oman.
The delegate of Oman is present and voting.
Thank you, Oman. Philippines.
The delegates of the Pearl of the Orient Sea, the Republic of the Philippines, is present and voting.
Thank you, Philippines. Singapore. Singapore is absent. Seychelles.
Present and voting.
Thank you, Seychelles. Somalia. Somalia is absent. South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa is present and voting.
Thank you, South Africa. Sri Lanka is absent. Tanzania. Tanzania is absent. Thailand. Thailand is absent. Turkey. Turkey is absent. United Arab Emirates.
The delegates of UAE is present and voting. Thank you.
Thank you, UAE. United Kingdom. United Kingdom is absent. United States of America. USA is also absent. Vietnam. Vietnam is absent. Yemen. Yemen is absent. With the total of 11 delegates in the room, we will have 6 votes to pass the motions. For substantive motions such as adapting the joint communique, we will need 2/3. Okay. Before we begin, I would like to inform the delegates that in this third session, we will be talking about the second topics. So as we already have a lot of insights from the first topics, the chair proposed that now we can move on to the second topics, which is Spice Road as a common heritage. Is there any objection? I see none. Thank you. Okay. As a reminder, also, we would like to remind that the delegates can look into the karmas that you can find in the study guide to make sure you've answered the questions that are um, important. But outside that, you can also have another discussion about the topics. Okay, now we will get into the motions. The chair will now open the floor. Okay.
For that, Ms. Nela, I would like to thank first delegates for still joining the third committee session of the day. And throughout this committee session, I will be chairing again this session. Will be assisted by Ms. Naila as my assistant chair. And before we begin, I would like to give some expectations throughout this committee session. But before that, I would like to declare that our meeting simulation is commenced again. Okay, thanks delegates. Now for the expectations of this motion of this committee sessions. Now that we are already discussing the first topic, the third committee session will be focusing on the second topic, which is about spice route. So the chair expects all delegates to be discussing about spice route and also maybe you can share about your knowledge, your country's position, your country's offering, and also challenges perhaps inside of this topic. And the chair would like to encourage you to have a moderated caucus first, discussing the formal debate of this topic. And after that, the chair will always also entertain for unmoderated caucus to make the discussions more lively. However, before that, as we are coming into the new committee session, the chair would like to open a general speakers list for perhaps one or two speakers for delegates to state maybe their expectations or maybe a result of the past two committee session before we begin with motions. Is there any delegate who wish to speak in a general speakers list? You may raise your hand virtually using the Zoom feature. Okay, thank you, People's Republic of China. The chair recognizes delegates of China and Australia. Thank you, delegate. Now I'll be sharing my screen. So we will have the delegate of People's Republic of China first to deliver the general speakers, a general speech in this new committee session, and then followed by Australia. Delegate of China, you may have 2 minutes to deliver your speech, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the recognition, Your Honorable Chair, and to all the delegates of this committee session. The delegate of China would like to present the positions paper of China. So we would like to state that as a country with a coastline of 18,000 kilometers, China is also a large maritime country. And there were more than 3,000 ancient ships that sank along the Chinese coast, and even more in the other waters along the Spice Route or the Indian Oceans. And this is very, very important to us to protect it and preserve it. So the cultural heritage is a treasure from the past that is based on the nation's future generations. It is a duty of today's young generation to respect and protect this cultural heritage. China has long established relations with the IORA countries through the international trade, particularly in the spice sector. From there, a trade route was born, which we now refer as the spice route. So on this occasion, the delegate of China expressed that we support and appreciate for a joint agreement to make the spice route as a common cultural heritage. Aligned with the Chinese President Xi Jinping has emphasized that to develop the 21st century maritime Silk Road is not to replace existing mechanisms or initiatives for regional cooperations. Instead, we will build on existing foundation to help countries align their development strategies and form complementary. The cooperation between China and the IORA countries must be strengthened in maritime connectivity, especially on this issue of the spice route. In fact, the Indian Oceans or Yin-Du-Yang-Q, together with the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, Malacca Strait, and the Arabian Sea,
Thank you,
it is
Delegate
our maritime
China.
lifeline, and it's very important for us to protect and preserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegates of China. Your time has elapsed. Thank you for delivering your speech. Now, the chair would like to call upon delegates of Australia. Delegates of Australia, you may have the floor for 2 minutes. Delegate of Australia. Perhaps the delegate of Australia is having a technical issue. It's okay, we will... Oh, Australia, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. The connections was unstable.
Oh, it's okay. Are you ready to deliver your speech?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, Australia, you may have 2 minutes to deliver your speech.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity, my honorable chair. As we have discussed before about the importance of protecting our own region and also the area of the Indian Ocean region, Australia also had put concern for this by making seriousness on putting the Australia GDP that seems to be doubled in 10 years and seems to be increasing because of the seriousness of Australia. And also we could see that Australia had spent about 450 million annually on maritime research and development to increase our blue economy and also to increase the research so that it can protect and find the things that has been that's still hidden in the Indian Ocean region, especially in Australia. So, um, me also as the delegations of Australia thank would like to thank all the committee and all delegates for sharing ideas here, and we have also shared informations of each country, and I hope we can find the solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Australia. With that, we have conclude our general speakers list, and we will proceed to the motions again. Okay. Okay, delegates, now the floor is open for points and motion. Is there any motions on the floor? We see 4 people are raising their hand. In my screen, I have first delegate of Indonesia.
Okay. Delegates of Indonesia would like to propose moderated caucus for 10 minutes total time and 2 minutes each country. For the topic is the role of youth to promote spice route.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Indonesia. Your motion is in order. Next on my list, a delegate of People's Republic of China.
Okay, the delegate of People's Republic of China would like to propose a motion about the nomination plan nomination plan of spice route to UNESCO World Heritage.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Your motion is also in order. And based on chair's discretion, the chair believes that these two motions are clearly important. Sorry, before that, Delegate of China, how many minutes of the total time?
Yeah, 10 minutes and 1 minute each speaking time.
Thank you, Delegate of China. It's in order. So the chair believes that these two topics are very important and relevant to our meeting simulation, and this would be very crucial and beneficial for creating the joint communique. Thus, the chair would like to encourage all delegates to discuss this issue under the moderated caucus, and we can see later on whether we can discuss further in another moderated caucus or unmoderated caucus. So we will begin with the voting session for the first motion coming from delegates of Indonesia. A moderated caucus for 10 minutes with 2 minutes each speaking time to talk about the role of youth to promote spice route. I will be calling your delegation one by one, and please state whether you are vote in favor or vote against this motion. Delegate of Australia.
I'm really sorry that I couldn't see the screen.
The topic is the role of youth to promote spice route. Are you voting in favor or against?
Australia is in favor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Australia. Delegate of...
Thank you.
Delegate of People's Republic of China.
In favor.
Thank you, China. Delegate of Egypt.
Egypt vote in favor.
Thank you, Egypt. Delegate of Indonesia.
In favor.
Thanks, Indonesia. Delegate of Malaysia.
Malaysia in favor.
Thank you, Malaysia. Delegates of Maldives. Delegate of Maldives. Perhaps the connection is not stable. We will come back to Delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Oman.
Delegate of Oman is vote in favor.
Thank you, Oman. Delegate of Philippines.
The delegates of Republic of the Philippines is in favor.
Thank you, Philippines. Delegate of South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa is in favor with this motion.
Thank you, South Africa. Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
The delegates of United Arab Emirates is in favor in this motion.
Thank you. Apologize, the delegates. The chair hasn't called delegates of Seychelles.
In favor, thank you.
Thank you, Seychelles. Perhaps we can call upon delegates of Maldives again. It appears that the delegate of Maldives are having an issue with the internet connection. With the total number of 10.
Maldives in favor, Chair.
Okay. Are your connection okay, Maldives?
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, Maldives, for voting in favor. With the total of 11 delegates in favor and 0 delegates vote against, then the motion clearly passes, and we will be under the Indonesia's motion to talk about the role of youth to promote spice route for the upcoming 10 minutes with 2 minutes each speaking time. With that, we have 5 slots for speakers. And first of all, I would like to kindly ask Indonesia, would you like to become the first speaker or the last speaker?
I would like to first speaker.
The
Thank you.
first speaker. Thank you, Indonesia. And now the floor is open for delegates who would like to raise to be included in the speaking list. The chair recognized Maldives, South Africa, People's Republic of China, and one more slot, the Philippines. Thank you so much, delegates, for participating. We will be under the motion of delegate of Indonesia. I will be sharing my screen. Miss Nela, could I share my screen? Okay. Low of it. Okay. Okay, now I'll be sharing my screen. And then we will have delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, you will have 2 minutes to deliver your speech. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for for the time. We know that in Spice Route we share a lot of things, include the culture, religion, trade, and something like that. In 2020, Indonesia has proposed the Spice Route for a common heritage. As a developing country, we'll face a demographic bonus, which we have a lot of youths in our country, and to maximize the potential of the youth in our country, we must educate them to know about spicy root and make them promote about spicy root and why spicy root can be a common heritage. But not only the youth, us as a minister and government as well must take an action, must have a collaboration to make a spice road as a common heritage. For uh, for make spice road recognized as a common heritage, uh, we must take a control for make education and to make youth to influence them and to influence other people as a public society. Uh, and we think Indonesia think that we can make Spice Road as a common heritage if we collaborate each other. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Indonesia. Next on the list is the delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Maldives, you may have the floor.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you, but your voice is kind of low.
Okay.
Okay, now it's better.
Okay, is it more audible?
Yeah, now
okay.
now it's better.
Thank you so much. I would like to. Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to start my speech. Honorable Chair, and since delegates, here's the delegates of Maldives would like talking what the youth can do to promote the spice road Maldives, the spice road itself or the Silk Road. Here's the thing. Now we doesn't go to promote something with the about the spice road. We go to ship and go to around the oceans and like trade some things. No. Now we're talking about the globally. We're talking about the technology and we're talking about the modernization. And here's the thing: the young generations is really have a lot of knowledge about it. They have a lot about the international. I mean, like IT. They have AI and etc. and etc. So we believe that the online thing, especially in this COVID-19 pandemics, we believe that it could be more effective if the young or the young generations promote it through the online things. They can campaign in the social media and etc. etc. Because people knows people now see the news in the social media and the mobile phone. And the others is how the youth or the young generation can be the businessman in since the young. So it's the things they can to improve themselves, and they can to become entrepreneurship that can easily do during in the industrial revolutions, such as they using technology and etc. In the terms of the promote the spice road and trade exchange that are from the Maldives. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Maldives. Next on the list is Delegate of South Africa. South Africa, you may have the floor.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. The delegate of South Africa believed that the number of youths across the world has increased. Also, we need to bear in mind that youth is the next generation that will perceive our spice route and other heritages. We now also live in a rapid technology era. That means all the youth can access the information directly through these sources that they could access, such as from the internet or the website that they could open. So here, the delegate of South Africa would like to encourage all member states to embrace the youth participations. This could be happen through the NGO or community existence among the youth. Also, the digital promotion and through the more quantities of open discussion regarding to the spice route issue. We also like to encourage all the member states to more embracing and also encourage all the youth across the member states of IORA to more increasing the zone, like the South Africa has a Southern African Customs Union that is also a policy that could help and could increasing the participation among youth through the importing of the trade exchange per se. So it could help the youth community to expanding and to increasing more about the cooperation between others in order to achieve and to implement the solution well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. Next, the chair recognizes Delegate of People's Republic of China. May have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honorable Chair. Firstly, we would like to state that, of course, China is invite young people to participate in the socializations, the program for the development of the Maritime Silk Road, 21st Maritime Silk Road. And as a part of China's maritime identity, we strongly agree with the proposal of the Indonesian delegation to always educate the younger first and make youth as ambassador in this program. In 2014, China conducted a student exchange with Russia to give exchange ideas about maritime identity and culture among the spice route countries. And Russia strongly supports the space route is being proposed as a part of intangible world heritage. We know that youth are the forefront of our civilizations. Youth have many fresh and creative ideas that will be able to further develop this issue. And China believes that this plan to engage the youth in this program can advancing the spice route agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Next on the list, we have delegates of the Philippines.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the recognition. For the generalization, maybe I think like what Dr. Jose Rizal said, the national hero of the Pearl of the Orient Sea, the Philippines, that the youth is the future of this motherland. Like what Miss Indonesia and other delegates said, that we must to educate young people for this kind of settings. We are now in the 21st century, and we need to educate them in order to fulfill our dreams and our connections with each one of us here. Second, we must have a strong relationship between one another. We don't have any borders here. We don't have, there are no something racism about with our culture. Our, of course, be as a, we as a people, as a human being, we must build a strong relationship between one another. Third, we must provide a sustainable and intangible projects for them in order to sustain that kind of of a certain of a sustainable development that we have, and we must have to embrace it, and we should have to be more thankful with a lot of the countries that were really very support when it terms of this kind of projects or solutions. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of the Philippines. It appears that we still have a few more minutes. Maybe we can have one more slot for a delegate. Is there any delegate who hasn't spoken yet in this meeting who wish to speak? Perhaps, okay, we have delegates of Malaysia. Delegates of Malaysia would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, you may have 2 minutes to deliver your speech.
Thank you. Countries in the Malay Peninsula have been long involved in trading activities, especially trading activities in Nusantara, Indonesia. In 8th century, Kedah, which has located at the entrance to the Malacca Strait, precisely before Islam developed in Malay, was controlled by Sriwijaya Kingdom. This kingdom dominated shipping traffic and international trade at the time. According to China and Arabic news, commodities derived from which nutmeg, cardamom, areca nut, gaharu wood, sandalwood, camphor, ivory, and etc. Learn to find about the past glories of the spice route, about our history, about our culture, especially countries in the space route, will be knowing about collecting memory. We will not easy to be painted. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Malaysia. That marks the end of our moderated session. Now the chair would like to open again for the motions. We have one motion to be voted. The motion coming from delegates of China for a moderated caucus for 10 minutes with 1 minute each speaking time, with the topic of nomination plan of spice route to UNESCO World Heritage. Yesterday at our seminar, there was also a discussion about this issue. Perhaps delegates can have or state their opinions or their perspective regarding this topic. And the chair would like to encourage all delegates to participate in this topic proposed by China. So we will have the voting session. I will call, the chair will call upon your delegations based on alphabetical order, and please state whether you are present and, sorry, please state whether you are voting in favor or against. And the first one, delegate of Australia.
Delegations of Australia is in favor.
Thank you, delegate of Australia. Delegate of China.
Vote in favor.
Thank you, delegate of China. Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia. Oh, Indonesia just state chat due to personal issues. Okay, Indonesia will be joining here passively. Thank you, Indonesia, for the recognition, for informing us. Next on the list, delegate of Malaysia. Delegate of Malaysia.
Malaysia is favor.
Malaysia is
in favor.
In favor. Thank you, Malaysia. Delegate of Maldives.
Maldives is against.
Against. Thank you,
Thank you.
Maldives. Delegate of Oman.
The delegate of Oman is vote in favor.
Thank you, Oman. Delegate of Philippines.
The delegates of the Republic of the Philippines is in favor.
Thank you, Philippines. Delegate of Seychelles.
I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Seychelles. Delegate of South Africa.
The delegate of South Africa is in favor with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of South Africa. Delegate of United Arab Emirates.
The delegate of United Arab Emirates is in favor in this motion. Thank you.
Is in favor?
Is in favor.
Okay, thank you, delegate of United Arab Emirates. With 8 delegates voted in favor and 1 delegate voted against. With 1, and then we eliminate present and voting state from delegates of Indonesia. So on the total of 10, we're still missing 1 vote. Is there any delegate who hasn't voted yet?
I'm sorry, Egypt.
Yeah, sorry, Egypt. Egypt, are you in favor or against?
Yes, vote in favor.
In favor. Okay, thank you, Egypt. Now we have already all the votings, and then based on the calculation, the motion clearly passes. So we will be under the topic of nomination plan of spice route to UNESCO World Heritage proposed by delegate of China for 10 minutes, and we will have 10 speakers list. And on this motion, the chair would like to invite all delegates to speak in this motion, particularly delegates who hasn't state their speech or give their opinions in the previous motions. Firstly, for delegate of China, would you like to speak first or last?
Last.
Last. Okay, thank you, delegate of China. And the chair recognized Oman as the first speaker. So Oman will be the first, and then China will be the last. Okay, other delegates who wish to be included? Okay, thank you, Egypt. Egypt will speak second. Thank you. Other delegates, we still have 7 more slots. Maldives, you are recognized. Other delegates, South Africa, thank you. Any other delegates? Okay, while we are waiting for the others, perhaps China, would you like to speak also at the 5th order? Delegate of China, would you like to speak also as the 5th speaker? Delegate of China.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, delegate of China. Perhaps Australia, do you want to be included as well? The chair recognize you unmuted yourself. Okay, maybe Australia is having a hard connection. How about delegate of Seychelles? Would you like to speak also? Delegate of Seychelles. Okay, while we wait. Australia? Okay, perhaps there have been like unstable connection. We will proceed with the motion. And then our first speaker will be Oman, followed by Egypt. Okay, Miss Naila, I would like to share my screen. Okay. So we will have Oman first. Delegate of Oman, you have 1 minute to deliver your speech. The floor is yours.
First of all, thank you for the honorable judges and chairpersons and the participants. Okay. I would like to say that Oman was home to thriving trade city throughout ancient and medieval times, and its prosperous citizens had direct access to the most exotic of the luxuries arriving at its port, including silk brocades, porcelains, carving precious gemstones, and so on and so forth. In Oman, slums which were introduced as fair trade import from India remains one of the country's major agriculture outputs, and the country continues to have a strong maritime and shipbuilding culture. Oman mentions a long history of decisive diplomacy and the attainment of peaceful relations between nations as exemplified by its historic social exchange. Automatically, when we have to the good hat history on that uh, on that on that medieval continuously continuously person to heads on that leadership or heads on that role on that prosperous. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Oman. Now we have Delegate of Egypt.
Okay, thank you for the time. With 7,000 years of history, Egypt has long been at the center of global commerce and at the axis of trade routes linking Asia, Europe, and Africa. Egypt was well integrated into the international trading economy thanks to branches of the Silk Roads, with Alexandria in the north along the Mediterranean and Berenice in the east at the Red Sea. These points fit into the historic commercial artery carrying all the luxury goods then available. A connecting road existed between the two cities to allow the goods to travel from Asia to Europe, making Egypt a central player in the bridge between the East and West. Remnants of China's silks have been discovered in ancient Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt, for your speech. Next, we have Delegate of Maldives.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, thanks. You may proceed, Maldives.
Okay, I would like to. Okay, thank you so much for the Thank you so much for the recognitions, Chair. The delegates of Maldives. I would like to talk in the UNESCO from the Spice Road itself. The project support from the documentation standards and procedures of the Silk Road's World Heritage Serial and Transnational Mission in Central Asia, funded with the generous support of the government of Japan through the UNESCO and etc. and etc. There is so many funded from the UNESCO itself to get the nominations from the spice in the spice road itself, and the others is about their funding about how to establish especially about the nominations itself. We believe that there is a lot of things such as like about the spice, the taste, and etc and etc. That's regarding to this, we believe that the UNESCO can campaign up and help about how this will be a common world heritage for the spice road. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Maldives. Now, next on the list, we have Delegate of South Africa.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. The delegate of South Africa recognized that the Indian Ocean region is also home to a melting pot of 2.5 billion beautiful people, one-third of the world's population of diverse origin, cultures, language, and religions. Here, we would like to encourage to promote the cultural sector of all the member states of IORA, also for all the dialogue partners and other international bodies to promote and to embracing this cultural potential. The IORA per se has already have the Jakarta Concord by the head of state and government in March 2017 that commits to fostering the cultural sector, which is the part of increasing the interaction between others and the cooperation, also the collaboration between the member states, dialogue partners, and other international bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. Now we have Delegate of People's Republic of China.
Thank you, Your Honor, Chair, for the recognitions. So the delegate of People's Republic of China would like to invite all members of this meeting to prepare a proposal together with China and make this agenda this agenda as the national agenda of each country. As we know that until now, just only China, Germany, and Oman that work and participated in developing this agenda in every international meeting, international UNESCO meeting. From here, China wants to encourage all the IORM countries member to contribute their policies and their ideas in making plans to propose the spice route as a world heritage. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of People's Republic of China. We still have 4 more slots in this discussion. Other than the delegates of the Republic of China at the last, the chair would like to invite other countries who wish to be included in this speaking list. You may raise your hand virtually. The delegate of Indonesia, delegate of South Africa, 2 more slots. Delegate of Malaysia, 1 more. And Maldives. So we'll be having the delegate of Indonesia first. Okay. May I share my screen?
Okay. So I just talk.
Not yet, Indonesia.
Okay. Thank you.
Miss Naila, can I share my screen? Can you stop this? Okay, thank you. Okay, Delegate of Indonesia, you may have 1 minute to deliver your speech.
Okay, thank you for the honorable chair. So the culture, spicy route make a lot of culture, and culture is also related to economic, society, and politics as well. Culture is important to know the diversity of every country. Um, for this culture, we must take an action uh, for nomination to the UNESCO World Heritage. So we can delegates of Indonesia encouraged to every delegates here and of course other countries and IORA to take an action for make Spice Road as a common heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. Next, Delegate of South Africa.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. Here, the delegate of South Africa believe if we're talking about to put the spice route as the world heritage, first we need to more encourage and educator people in our nation. This education process and programs could be implemented through the cooperation and shared experience between other nations. Also, we would like to encourage all the member states and also the dialogue partners country to have a more open discussion this through this spice route as the World Heritage per se. We would like to also encourage all the nation to develop a joint capacity building projects in order to implement this solution as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. Next on the list, Delegate of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia commit to develop statistical capacity to measure an additional 32 indicator proposed by United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization or UNESCO to supplement the global indicator in support of more in-depth thematic analysis on education. By introducing the space route in education, this can be a good idea so that the glory of the space route can be recognized by the world and will be remembered even in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. Next, we have Delegate of Maldives.
Okay.
Yes, Maldives. You may have the floor.
I'd like to. Okay, Honorable Chair and delegates, let's be talking about once again about this issue that we both thought about how the UNESCO really protectful for this here for the heritage, especially about the plan. I mean, in the terms of spice roads, we believe that UN bodies that really take care about the historical and cultural. We believe that the one of the things is the UNESCO want to protect just not about the plants, but as also about the cultural exchange between one country to the other country. And the historic itself, there is a lot of things that have been made in the past, such as about the line, how about the trade, national trade, international trade, and etc. That's we believe that UNESCO really helpful to keep about this spice road and the heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Maldives. Last but not least, I would like to call upon delegates of China. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the time and place. So after hearing and of course assessing all the delegates' statement to these motions, we are very confident that all the IORA member countries and dialogue partners will support this agenda, which is the Spice Route nomination as an intangible world cultural heritage. We believe that making this Spice Route as a world heritage will bring a positive impact
to our country, such as tourism and also the economy. Based on our survey results, that the tourism potential in the Indian Ocean itself is almost $5 million per year. This is a golden opportunity for us to show that the countries in the South global is especially our members countries have a great potential as a prosperous countries. What the South African delegations has proposed, which is a joint capacity building program, is a good
Thank you,
example of an
delegate.
effort
Thank
and
you,
that
delegate.
may apply in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of China. That marks the end of our motions. And the chair would like to thank all delegates who participated in those two motions. However, before we proceed, the chair has just received a call and we are having a news that we want to share to you. And please remember that the chair will only announcing this news.
And satellite photos show the extent of the oil spill off the southeastern coast of Mauritius. The Japanese-owned bulk carrier Wakashio ran aground late last month and began leaking its 4,000 tons of fuel into the Indian Ocean. All 20 crew were taken ashore, but rough seas hampered attempts to stabilize the ship and pump the fuel off. After declaring a state of environmental emergency, Prime Minister Pravin Jugnauth appealed for help from France. He says islanders don't have the expertise to clean up the spill. President Emmanuel Macron promised to send teams and equipment from the nearby French island of Réunion. While the government's waiting for French help to arrive, some volunteers have started their own cleanup effort, building sea booms with straw to soak up the spill.
We are here to see what we can save. Everyone here is trying to save what they can. Our ocean, which gives us so much and which supports us. This is our heritage.
We can see the situation is getting worse. The spill is affecting so many sectors: tourism, the economy, ecology.
Some salons are offering free haircuts this weekend, as hair can also be used to soak up oil. While 4,000 tons of fuel may seem like a relatively small amount compared to major oil leaks, its impact on Mauritius is huge. The islands are surrounded by some of the world's most valuable coral reefs, and tourism is crucial to the economy.
The impact will not only be ecological, it will equally be economical, because many people derive their livelihoods from the fish they fish in the area. There are a lot of hotels also in the area which market this place as a Ramsar site in order to get clients. And you have a lot of people earning their livelihoods also on the land.
Leaders say it's the first time the 1.3 million islanders have been faced with an environmental crisis of this kind. Experts fear the ship could break up, causing an even greater fuel leak and inflicting catastrophic damage to marine. The extent of the oil spill off the southeastern coast mental crisis of this kind. Experts fear the ship could break up, causing an even greater fuel leak and inflicting catastrophic damage to marine life. Emily Sue, Al Jazeera. Aerial and satellite photos show the extent of the oil spill off.
Okay, delegates, it appears that we have received news about a major oil leak in the Mauritius water. And due to the urgency to discuss this topic, as it has really big impact to the marine and also the ocean related to our discussion today, the chair urged all countries or delegates to raise a moderated caucus to discuss about this meeting and how all countries or all delegates present can help in combating or in solving the issue. Is there any points or motions in the floor? Yes, delegates of Maldives.
Delegates of Maldives would like to propose some motions that about discussion about the news with the speaker timbers is 10 to 1.
Thank you, delegates. The motion is in order. now we will just vote upon this motion to save time. Is there any objections towards this motion? No objection, so we can proceed to the speakers list. As the chair noticed that the delegates present here are already 10, so the chair would like to encourage all countries to speak on behalf of this very urgent issue to be resolved. And the chair will give the floor to all countries to be able to speak. But for Maldives, would you like to wish to speak first or last in this motion? Maldives, would you like to speak first or last? Maldives. Perhaps the Maldives delegate are having a connection issue. Therefore, we will be just having a session with alphabetical order. So the chair will call upon delegates based on the alphabetical list. So is the delegate of Australia present? If not, perhaps the chair could invite delegate of, okay, Maldives is joining us again. Delegate of Maldives, would you like to speak first or last?
To speak last.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
So sorry for my connections.
No worries, it's very understandable. We're having like love and hate relationship with the internet connections nowadays. So seeing that Australia is not present as well, perhaps delegate of Egypt, could we invite you to give a few remarks on this breaking news? Delegate of Egypt. Perhaps Egypt is also not having an unstable connection. Therefore, delegates of Indonesia. Indonesia also cannot speak.
Sorry, I present.
Yes.
Present.
Indonesia, can you speak now?
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
nice. Okay, now we are under the motion to talk about the breaking news. Did you happen to see the news?
Yes, I see the news.
Okay, nice. So we can have the moderated session, moderated caucus from the delegates of Maldives talking about the breaking news. And delegate of Indonesia, you have 1 minute to state your speech.
Okay. Thank you for the honorable chair. This urgent issue may take us to make an urgent solution. The delegates of Indonesia would like to propose. Sorry, can I still talk because the stopwatch isn't start yet?
Okay, sorry. Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So this urgent issue may take us to make an urgent solution. But for Indonesia, delegates of Indonesia will propose to a solution to make a long way. So we make an organization for youth or include the spice route to curriculum to educate young generation. Maybe it will take a long time for educate young generation, and the effect will take a long time. But Indonesia see that with this program we can make this understanding will sustain, so the issue uh, won't be happen again. So Indonesia will propose to a solution about young generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. Perhaps Delegate of Malaysia is here. Is the Delegate of Malaysia is present? If not, perhaps I could invite Delegate of Oman. If Delegate of Oman is not here, Delegate of Philippines?
All right, hello.
Yeah. Yes,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the recognition. As we all know that there are a lot of effect, not just only us by human, with that kind of an issue like um, the oil spill coming from Mauritius. And of course, as a delegate of coming from the Philippines, we must have to have an urgent resolution or an urgent action for this because you know that oil spill effects on environments and habitats can be catastrophic. They can kill plants and animals and disturb the salinity or the pH level or they can pollute air or water and many more on that area. So I think with this we could also collab with a certain solution, or as a youth we could have also addressed this kind of issue. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines, for stating your speech. Perhaps the chair would like to invite Delegate of Seychelles. Is Seychelles present?
There is no Seychelles here, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Delegate of South Africa. South Africa, are you present?
Okay, may I have the floor?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the recognition, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. The delegate of South Africa believed that the oil leak on the ocean is not the environmental problem. We need to clean up first, and everyone in the news is trying to save the ocean. This problem not only affected the biodiversity sector, but also affects the other sectors such as economic and tourism. Because of this, we would like to encourage all nations to help in order to clean up the mess together first, and also providing a sustainable program in order to decrease the bad impact of this issue. We also like to inviting all the nations to discuss more about this problem and bringing up the real and the implemented solution regarding to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of South Africa. Now the chair would like to call upon Delegate of United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates, are you present?
Excuse me, Chair. The United Arab Emirates will not speak for this motion.
Okay, thank you, Delegate of Arab. Thank you, Delegate of UAE. Perhaps Delegate of Australia is already here. If not, perhaps Delegate of People's Republic of China.
Yes, I would like to have the floor.
Okay, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honorable Chair. First, China would say deeply regrets what is faced by the Mauritius. This problem should be able to make us realize that we as IORA countries and also the dialogue partners is need preservation and conservation efforts under an international regulations, which is UNESCO, to make this Indian Ocean as a World Heritage. By making the Indian Ocean area as a World Heritage, it affects or it produce many national regulations, funding, and also the whole world will focus on the protection efforts of the entire international community on these regions. It should be a slap for us to immediately claim the nomination of the Indian Ocean Spice Route submission as a World Heritage. That is all from China. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Last but not least, the chair would like to call upon Delegate of Maldives.
Okay, I'm audible, Chair.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much for the recording delegates of Maldives. Would like to thanks to all of the delegates that has been speech about this breaking news. Especially want to talk that about this news itself. Maldives as the country that's archipelago and Maritim. So we believe that it's really painful for for the country that's impact for the oil or the broke for their biodiversity and etc. So I believe that it's really painful and harmful for the countries. And the others is how to resolve this issue. We believe that the first is about how to strengthen the convention and the regulation in international, especially about the oceans and the regulations, and the second about the how the collaboration it could be between the European Union to the IORA or etc. And the last is about how this can the security and the keep from the country it's more increasing. Thank you. That's all from Maldives.
Thank you, Delegate of Maldives, and thank you to all delegates who have stated your concern regarding the breaking news. It is true that it's a very sad news, and the fact that it's happening in our ocean, and we are talking about maritime aspects. We are talking about the spice route. It really requires our big attention and also our collaboration in solving this issue because oil spill is not happened just once, but it has happened a lot of times and it might happen again in the future. So it's very crucial for IORA countries and dialogue partners and ASEAN countries as well to discuss how to prevent this from happening, and also the issue of preservation, the issue of why it's very important to invite other countries, not only those who are living in or near the Indian Ocean, but to other countries in the world, the importance of saving our ocean and promoting our and protecting our world heritage, which is our ocean itself. So with that, thank you so much, Delegate, for the discussion. Since we haven't got the chance to have an unmoderated caucus, now the chair is opening the floor for unmoderated caucus. Perhaps due to the time constraint, we can have 10 minutes unmoderated caucus. So all of you can discuss and plan whether you want to have a discussion on creating joint communique now, or perhaps tomorrow, or maybe you have other ideas. And now the floor is open for motions. Okay, South Africa is raising your hand. Is raising the hand. Yes, South Africa, you recognized.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and distinguished delegate. The delegate of South Africa would like to raise the motion to open the unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes total time. Thank you.
Okay, delegates of South Africa, that motion is clearly in order, and thank you for raising this. To shorten our time, is there any objections to this motion?
There is none, Miss Chair.
Okay, no objection. Thank you so much. So now the meeting is under unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes. You may begin your discussion.
Okay, hello delegates.
Hi.
Are
Hello.
you still alive?
Hello.
Your MC from
Okay, let's do that.
Yep.
Hello.
We start
Okay.
I'm 1 hour
to
advanced
working
here.
our communique or what?
Okay.
You are good. You are good. Oh my God, Philippines.
Very good Philippines.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing. You can stay here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's start our
So,
communities. Or what?
so what's our plan?
I
Maybe
think
then
doing communities is the first thing that we must to do
Mm-hmm.
since the South Africa like propose it. Oh, but that South Africa. Hello, South Africa.
did you just mention my name? Your voice is kind of decreased on me. What about it exactly? Pretty sorry about it. And your voice is
So
just
sorry,
a
like
little.
it that about our communic. So sorry.
Okay,
Oh my God.
doing communique.
Okay.
What is the
Um,
motion proposed by South Africa before?
This is unmoderated caucus. So
the
we
unmoderated caucus.
Sorry.
Yeah. Unmoderated.
I think the for now the unmoderated caucus, maybe we can use it as the part of sharpening our points in the topic A and B, because I think we didn't catch the topic C, or maybe we just subtle mention it at first. I just gotta have a look first at the study guide.
Yeah. But I think for topic B we have a same plan and same uh solution, I think.
What Indonesia? I just hear a little of it. Can you please repeat it?
I sorry. Maybe I would like to, maybe just uh, yeah, propose. Yeah, maybe this will be our topics or our motion in joint communique is the number 3 from Karma. Which is, what are the ways of promoting the spice fruit as a common heritage among Iron countries? How should the government
Mm-hmm.
coordinate with other stakeholders? So maybe the
Mm-hmm.
motion about the nomination plan to
Mm-hmm.
the spice route as a nation as a world heritage is very
Mm-hmm.
relatable to other countries, and it feasible to do in maybe just one day. So there is a lot of reference I have read, and there are also maybe issue that in UNESCO itself is if you guys didn't know that only
Mm-hmm.
three countries, which is Oman, China,
Mm-hmm.
and Germany, that adapt the issue of spice route as World Heritage in UNESCO. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe we could maybe we could produce a nomination plan, and also the urgency to make international law
Mm-hmm.
in protect Indian Oceans, like that, something like that.
Okay. I hear it. I hear it clearly. However, we already talked about two topics. So how about to make the solutions? I just read the chat from Maldives. How about to make solution that asking from karmas regarding this issue? I think body karmas per se, we already answered some of them, and maybe the rest of them will be answered tomorrow. And I think to answer a bit about the statement of PRC, I would like to remind us that IORA is not an organization that could have a legal binding like UNSC in United Nations. United Nations has the United Nations Security Council, which could presenting or produce a legal binding. So that's why all the solutions regarding from the IORA per se is produced about the encouraging people, encouraging all the member states, or encouraging all the NGOs, or also dialogue partner countries, I think. And also for the nomination per se, is it come first from Indonesia? Because I just read the study guide that the Spice Road programs per se is coming from Indonesia. Is it right or?
Yes, obviously, Indonesia is the first countries that propose these ideas in UNESCO. But in 2013, China's have agenda which is called as 21st Maritime Silk Road. So I think those two ideas is same. So maybe we could say that China itself have like international cooperation with with Russia and then with the other countries in European countries. And also that is make make sense. So for us to produce international law to protect the Indian Ocean. I see that is many in UNESCO itself. There is no list which is stated that the Indian Ocean have been nominated as World Heritage. So until now, the Indian Ocean have no international regulation, and the international regulations that stated maritime law is just unclosed. If you want to know.
Yeah. Also, this ZEE is in Indonesia. It's called the Zona Ekonomi Eksklusif. The economic so the legally binding, if it's referred to the Indian Ocean per se, we would like to call the sectors per se, such as maybe for the economic we would have the ZEE per se, or maybe for the cultural exchange we have the spice route as the common ground of us, and also the thing that we would like to nominate it to the UNESCO. And I think for the next session, we will have maybe just 5 minutes afterwards. So after this unmoderated caucus, maybe we could discuss a bit about the spice route per se, what we could do as the IORA member states in order to cooperate with other dialogue partners countries, because we'll have in this meeting such as Maldives, and maybe we could have a further discussion about it. I think so, because we just have talked about the functional of IORA member states previously. So what do you guys think about it?
Myself, I agree with your idea, but maybe we could make this. I say a best solutions is the nomination Indian or special or spice route itself as a World Heritage, because if we see in the UNESCO international law is very important to make this Indian Ocean as a conservative area. So there is maybe maybe the ships aren't the limitation of the ships to go through from Indian Ocean like that.
Okay. And I think this is the last minute of our unmoderated caucus. Maybe maybe most of us will agree with this, that we will have to make the joint communique maybe after this meeting, and not in this meeting, because we will elapsed the time. Are you guys
Wait, I
are free
wanna
tonight,
ask.
or
Yeah,
are you
so
want
tonight.
to make it tomorrow? Because I think tomorrow is not enough also for us to make the joint communique per se. Do you guys have time tonight, or maybe you have another options for that?
I think we
Can we
can.
start in 8 p.m. I think, like
Yeah,
8
in
p.m. in GMT +7. Like take a rest
Yeah.
first.
Yeah. Do your pray to God, being alive, stay bread, and live the day. I think the time for our unmarried caucus has elapsed, so we will have the formal session afterwards. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, delegates. Sorry, the time for the
Thank you
unmoderated
all.
caucus has elapsed. It's so funny that like every time I open my or turn on my camera, like you will like, okay, time has elapsed. I was waiting to give a surprise, but it's okay. So that marks the end of the unmoderated caucus, and we have reached the end of our meeting simulation for today, and we are still in a formal debate. Thus, we still have 3 minutes to discuss a bit about what we have come so far, what we have discussed so far. So please allow me to deliver some notes and inputs for all the delegates before we suspend the meeting for tomorrow. So first of all, the chair would like to congratulate to all delegates who are present from the morning until this afternoon, almost evening. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm, and I see that you have learned a lot from somebody or like from delegates who haven't participated or maybe have a little experiences in Model United Nations or maybe a meeting simulation. You have practice a lot from the morning until this afternoon. So I couldn't wait for tomorrow that you have now get the picture of the our simulation, and then you can research more about your country's position regarding our third topic. And tomorrow morning, because we only discuss a bit about spice route, the chair would like to encourage you to have more discussions in the morning about spice route, and also our third topic related to the spice route itself is also about SDGs and climate change. So looking forward to our discussion tomorrow. And for the substance itself, the chair is pleased to hear that many countries are expressing solutions, raising concerns, and also inviting other countries to actually work hand in hand. That's a good approach within IORA simulation, because in IORA, it's not like other, for example, UN bodies who have a really like a strong binding regulations or maybe outcome of the meeting. But with the simulation, you have the freedom to develop and also to observe in which kind of ways that you all countries, dialogue partners can cooperate together. So please take the advantage of this freedom to have more in-depth discussion with your fellow colleagues for your delegates present, and perhaps you may use other form of meetings outside this meeting. The chair listened that there has been a plan to have the working group to talk about the joint communique. And please bear in mind that tomorrow the submission of joint communique will be open and will be closed at the same time. However, the chair will announce tomorrow morning at what time the joint communique will be closed. But before or during our committee session, the fourth committee session tomorrow, you may use the unmoderated caucus to finalize your joint communique. So there will be still plenty of time, and please don't forget to look again at the study guide about our rules of procedures, about the topics that you have to discuss, and also about the karmas that has to be included in the joint communique. So that's all. That's a wrap. Thank you so much. I would like to thank also my assistant chair, my fellow committees from Negeri Rempah Foundation, from Indonesian Maritime Youths. Thank you for participating from this morning until this evening. And thank you to all delegates for your enthusiasm and your all fully hearted spirit in discussing about this issue. We hope that tomorrow we can have a more fruitful discussion in this topic and other topics, and hopefully tomorrow we can produce a joint communique that represents our discussion in this 2-day simulation. With that, I would like to thank you, and I would like to propose a suspension of this meeting simulation. Is there any objection to the suspension of this meeting? Okay, seeing none, now the meeting is officially suspended. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, delegates. How do you feel? It's a full day, yeah?
Yes, of course.
Are you feel tired,
Yeah.
hungry?
A lot of food are prepared in front of and on our table. So
Oh, okay. Why don't you like give the food diplomacy? You know, like share the food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So that marks the end of our session. Maybe Miss Naila, would you like to say something before we close?
I really want to say thank you because I didn't expect the discussion to be this fun and intriguing. So thank you for the participations, our dear delegates. It's a great experience also for me.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Naila. So with that, I would like to conclude our meeting simulation for day 1. Congratulations. Let's have a virtual applause to everyone. One of you have done such great job. And then looking forward to have more discussions with you tomorrow. And best of luck in discussing in the or maybe initiating the joint communique. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Jakarta time. Please tune in 15 minutes beforehand so you can check your connection, and we will start at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you so much, delegates, and I'll see you tomorrow. Please take care. Bye.
you too.
Thank you so
Have a nice
much.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat.
Selamat
Thank you.
po. Bye. Thank you, Mas Akbar. Kayak udah tinggal kita doang deh. Matiin aja suaranya. Mas Akbar, thank you banget. Mbak Naila, makasih banyak. Gimana hari ini?
Seru. Makasih Mas Akbar. Behind the scene man.
Gimana Mas Akbar? Lihat simulasinya. Iya, mau ikut. Besok jadi delegate ini aja. Ya nggak apa-apa. Kayaknya ya Mbak Nela, Mas Akbar tadi ada yang join. Terus dia kaget gitu ditembak atau misalkan dia bingung kayak ini ngapain gitu kan. Terus makanya dia kayak pura-pura unstable connection. Terus aku kayak ngerti gitu loh kayak oh mungkin dia kaget ini ngapain gitu kan. Which is sebenarnya nggak apa-apa gitu loh karena ini kan bener-bener diajarin banget gitu loh, diatur banget kalau MUN beneran mah mana mau chairnya ngajarin kayak gini, kayak suruh baca study guide lah pasti gitu, kayak baca ropi gitu. Cuman ini kan karena kebanyakan. Kayaknya sih South Africa udah pernah ya Mbak ya?
Iya, South Africa udah pernah dia.
Maldives juga kayak udah pernah. Kelihatan sih kalau yang memang udah pernah ngomong, yang udah pernah ikut MUN, kayak dia ngerti, kayak ini maksudnya apa, lebih cepet nangkep. Tapi kayak tadi misalkan Australia, kayak dia belum pernah, tapi dia tadi cepet kok ngikutinnya.
Philippines juga aktif, tapi dia belum pernah sebenarnya.
Belum. Iya, sebenarnya tuh MUN tuh awalnya bingung kan, kayak ribet banget sih, kayak apaan sih gitu. Cuman ketika udah dijalanin itu tuh sebenarnya seru-seru aja gitu diskusinya.